than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to our member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Center's program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SBDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SEDI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo del público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
more than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, The Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Center's program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement quédate en casa, que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
more than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3.
Second editions of Prospect Americas 2022. Today we will begin after our lovely lunch with a new panel called Humanity 2.0, directed by Jose Franco, who I will be introducing to you. Jose Franco Lopez, who is a physics researcher of the National Autonomous University of Mexico, has a degree of physics in UNAM. He's a master's and a PhD for physics from the University of Madison. He's also member of the Sciences Academy of Mexico. He has degrees in teaching and communications. He has been a teacher and advisor for many students, and because of his efforts, he has been awarded for his decades of scientific research, and he has directed several activities in culture. Let's give him a round of applause and welcome Dr. Jose Franco. Thank you very much. I love to see your energy and your strength and your happiness. You just made me happy because after lunch, you know, it might be a little challenging. We all want to take a nice nap, and that is why I was asking everyone. I understand everyone who wanted to sit in the back of the room because they might have wanted to take a nap and snore away. However, please do sit in the front so we can have an interesting conversation regarding different topics. As you probably all know, the scientific revolution that happened between 1500s and the 1700s in Europe completely changed the whole history of mankind. It was a crucial moment for humankind where the foundations were set for all the sciences that we know today. The scientific revolution allowed Europe and a good part of the rest of the world to go from a feudal system to modernity, from the Dark Ages to modernity. And this led to the creation and development of very important subjects such as thermodynamics, which allowed for the generation of the first steam engines. And with the introduction of steam engines, the introduction of the first phase of the Industrial Revolution happened. The Industrial Revolution came about in the 19th century with the steam engine, and a second stage occurred with the development of the internal combustion engine and electricity. The third phase of this industrial revolution occurred during the 20th century, where we started to view automation of systems in production, and not only in production, but as in other productive activities of society as well. And finally, the fourth phase of this industrial revolution has happened with digitalization, where a set of new inputs were created for computing and computer technologies that allowed us to develop many things that we will be hearing about today from our experts. This has completely changed the vision and the activities of humankind. That's the reason why this panel has been named Humanity 2.0. So, as you all know, we have a virtual reality that is a fact already. We also have augmented reality that allows us to enjoy, for example, the money bills in our countries, where we also can see our bills through our smartphones to see so many things that have happened and that are linked to the features embedded into these bills. So imagine we are revolutionizing the way we engage with each other, that we exist. So let's listen to our experts. Let's begin with our ladies. We have Andrea Escobedo meeting with us virtually. She's from Mexico. She has a degree in international relations from the College of Mexico, and then a master's in political science from Chicago University. She is now a senior professional, although she looks so young in the picture. She is a senior professional for government and regulatory affairs in IBM Mexico. So without further ado, let's give her the floor. Let's take a look at Andrea.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much. I think there seems to be a technical issue and I'm not able to turn on my video. Can you please allow me to turn on my camera so you can see me? These Zoom sessions are a daily occurrence for us, and as spiritual senses usually go, they say, give me a sign that you can see me. So, Doctor, allow me to perhaps take a moment and go to the next panelist so we can solve the issue with my camera, and I'm sure I will be with you shortly. Excellent idea, Andrea. So let's go to our next panelist, who will be joining us virtually as well. His name is Omar Costilla Reyes. He is an engineer. He has a degree in electronic engineer from UNAM, Mexico, and then he got a master's in electrical and electronic engineering from Northern Texas University, and afterwards he got a PhD in the same area of electric and electronic engineering from Manchester University in the UK. After that, he had got a post-grad degree in communications sciences and artificial intelligence in MIT. Without further ado, Omar, you have the floor. Can you hear me? Well, it seems that I have a problem with my camera as well, but I don't think you need to see me. Just hear me. Let me tell you a bit of what I am doing, and thanks for inviting me to participate today. I would like to say that I'm sure my fellow panelists and I will have interesting things to share. I am at the computer lab in MIT, and I am in an interesting field, artificial intelligence, looking for the new horizons for this technology. I'm very excited for this because we have a large group of collaborators in the US. This was a project founded by the National Science Foundation, which is the equivalent of CONACYT in Mexico. And then they granted us a long-term project and we're delighted that they were so confident in us to give us a 5-year project to develop these technologies. We are working on this, and this goes hand in hand with the issue of humanity 2.0, as you said. These new technologies are trying to ensure that we can. Oh, you can see me now. Oh, there you go. Yes, we can see you perfectly now. Okay, so let me tell you, we have a project by the National Science Foundation of a neo-symbolic programming technology project, which is a new area in research within the intersection of programming, statistical probabilities, and it includes elements of artificial intelligence and machine learning. And I say I was going to share the ideas with my panel because the idea is to have models and systems that can be interpreted, where we can ask questions of the system to understand why they're getting to that answer. Currently, the most advanced AI systems are black boxes. We really don't know how they're making decisions. And beyond that, it requires a huge amount of data. So these huge natural language models, GP3 and Facebook, have huge amounts of data. These systems are trained by data coming from the internet, and they use self-supervised learning, which is what trains the system automatically. It's not that there's a human trying to figure out the answer, but I think that's what's important in these systems, is that they learn just by running the data that nobody has to process. And this covers a huge scope in several areas, and one of them is how to generate codes, how to generate programs, providing solutions to questions. And the most recent area is based on a description of a phrase. Let's say an image. I imagine that the blue sky is blue and I'm sitting there sunning myself, and an intelligent system can create that image. But as I said to you, these systems are black boxes. We're not quite sure how they get to these solutions, and that is what we're trying to implement, to explain what's happening within these systems, to understand the solution in a task which is an advantage. There are two kinds of solutions required for these systems. One is that there's no risk. For example, Amazon, when you look for something, it recommends something to you, and if you don't like it, the risk is very low. There is no huge consequences. But if we talk about health, for example, when we're trying to diagnose someone of cancer or not, I think the risk is very high. The stakes are high. So we're trying to increase the applicability in neuronal networks and also in data processing. These systems therefore require the internet data to generate specific tasks. But for everything else, it requires less data. We don't have the freedom of having millions and millions of pieces of data to feed into it. So we're very excited about our project. We have Stafford, UT Texas participating as well. We have people participating throughout the US. We've made progress. I'd like to talk to you more about it, but I would also like to leave time to my colleagues so they can share more on this as well. Thank you so much, Omar. Mm, Allow me to ask you a very short question, a quick question regarding what you just told us. These are autonomous systems, and as you said, they're black boxes where we really have no idea what's going on within the system. So I can imagine there are significant ethical questions there because it's not the same to follow one path or to follow another path or to find some sort of bias in the system. How do you manage ethics in this type of system? Well, this is truly uh, there's really a lot of interest in this area, and I've been talking to my colleagues because AI has a huge area of research, more than ethics among humans. So we're trying to do is generating guidelines or some sort of agreement. But to understand the impact and how to solve it is quite difficult, because if you truly want a system that is not a black box, you have to have systems that are too old. They're expert systems. Expert systems are symbolic AI, which are older systems from what we have today. So what we want to take is take these neuronal systems that are very powerful and feed them with symbolic parts. Symbol is a neuronal system. You'll see a matrix of random numbers. What is that telling us? It doesn't tell me anything, but that's what the network needs to provide an answer, a solution. So when we go to school, elementary school, middle school, high school, and so on, we learn in a symbolic way. 1 + 1 is 2, and or if this happens, that happens. So what we're trying to do is to integrate that symbolic part into the network, so and then you have a more expressive, interpretative part that you can understand. But if you were trying to do an evaluation in terms of ethics, perhaps my colleagues can say something about it, but I don't think we still have guidelines, ethical guidelines for that. We're still not there, but I think it will be difficult to do with the current systems we have now. Thank you so much, Omar. We are now going to go directly to Andrea. Hopefully, her camera issue has been solved, and then we will just listen to her and imagine what she looks like AI. Perfect, perfect. I think we've overcome that. I am delighted that Omar was the first one to speak, because he started on the path of the conversation regarding ethics, and that's fundamental. And on behalf of IBM, who's one of the pioneers in developing this exponential technology, AI, for example, we're fully committed, and we take direct actions to promote the ethical part of AI. Without a doubt, AI is a powerful tool. That efficiency cannot be the single way in which you can measure its success. We need to consider social and economic dynamics that are being transformed. And then that's where someone like me goes into the discussion, and that is where we link the issue of technology and technological development with public policy. At the beginning of the pandemic, much of what IBM did globally was to donate computing resources, human resources of supercomputing and quantum computing to try to solve the most pressing issue in the pandemic. And that's what it's all about. For computing to serve the solutions that need to be found because we don't have the necessary bandwidth to do so. There were many interesting exercises with AI to model, to have epidemiological models and measure the viral load of coronavirus, to measure infectious indices, to measure social distances and the use of face masks to guide public policy and to determine how far we needed to go with public health policies and lockdowns. Many things were discovered in the beginning of the pandemic. A high performance computing consortium was created, and we had the whole industry involved, academia, and in this case, the government of the US. So what Omar is saying is very important, and I'm delighted to hear that Mexicans are moving the needle in academia globally, because without a doubt, in times of economic recovery, we will need all of the creativity available in the world to take advantage of this opportunity where we were able to measure the future. And I do see myself as being much closer to solar punk than cyberpunk. We can share and choose different topics, and I do choose to believe that technology can help us respond to the most pressing issues in humanity. But for that, we need to have many partnerships and cooperation. A single sector cannot do so. A country by itself cannot do it by itself. We do need a lot of work to do, or joint work between academia and the industry experts to create these value chains of global knowledge. If data flows through borders freely, that is how knowledge should flow as well. I also do believe that this is the proper forum to talk about these issues regionally and hemispherically. At IBM, we have many elements and tools that are available for academia, where all you need to have is an email account that ends in .edu that belongs to some higher education institution, so you can have access to them. My colleague, Jose Luis, who spoke about the quantum computing progress we've made, talked about it yesterday, and I'm so excited about quantum computing. This doesn't mean that classical computing will disappear. However, we can say that's the path we've taken, and that's what I wanted to say in this first part of the panel. We can use the power of computing to create a more sustainable and equitable society, but we do need to do this jointly, working together between civil society, academia, industry, and the government. Thank you so much. Your presentation was very clear. We will go back to you shortly. And for now, then, we will now turn to our good friend, Christian Peñalosa. He has a degree in engineering, in computer engineering from USC San Diego, from UC San Diego. He also has a doctorate in robotics, a PhD in robotics and cognitive neuroscience from the Osaka University in Japan. He's currently managing director and principal researcher of Mirai Innovation Research Institute, which is a research institute specializing in research in emerging technologies. Christian will speak to us. Do you want to speak from your seat, or do you want to come up to the podium? So Let me leave my stuff on the podium and I'll come back. When Omar was speaking, I saw his hair was a little messy like mine, so I didn't feel so bad. And then I saw my friends Christian, and I felt like I gotta go run for a brush and brush my hair because he looks spiffy. Thank you so much. It is a huge pleasure to be with all of you today. I'd like to talk to you about this topic of humanity 2.0 specifically. I'd like to tell you what our vision is at the Innovation Research Institute at Mirai Innovation on emerging technologies and what we are going to do make possible in the future. We do this is my presentation. Many times our perception is that humanity 2.0 is going to turn us humans into part machine. And this can be a very scary prospect. However, at Mirai Innovation, we focus more on how technology has made progress, and the technology at the same time has allowed humans to have a better lifestyle and better capacities. If we look, for example, at how technology has evolved, we knew that it improves every day. It moves forth and it becomes smaller and smaller. And the capacity of devices that 20 or 15 years ago we were using for just speaking on the phone, now we used to do everything. We have more access to information, and this allows us to have an extension of ourselves, how we project ourselves, how we express ourselves, and we also transmit our presence throughout the world. In this case, I'm here, but many people can see me in many places. Technology as we know it today, perhaps with this panel, we are able to see that this is something we've learned as adults, but the new generations are the ones that are early adopters of technology from the time they're children. The National Academy of Pediatrics of the US published a study saying that 1 of 3 children that are under 1 year of age are mobile device users. This is something you can criticize, but at the same time, if you look at the flip side, these new generations are going to be growing up using information. It will be as normal to them that their brain will be wired differently because they will have greater cognitive training in the use of information. They will have better visual focus, better coordination. They will process information better, which is something that is just beginning to happen for us as adults. But in technology, we see that we don't have just mobile devices. We see this everywhere we go. If we look at the Internet of Things, they have controlling devices and sensors practically everywhere we go. In homes, in your refrigerator, in your microwave, in your TV set, everything is technology based. And this is something that improves our lifestyle, and it's changing a whole generation of humans. This technology is going to go further, deeper. I think I am having trouble moving this forward. So this technology will be coming closer to our bodies. We've started to see that there are devices that can actually monitor our bodies, our activities, many things we do with our body. For example, portable sensors that measure our temperature, blood pressure, our heart rate, how many steps we take. This is something that happens with our bodies, but we will be going further with technology. The technology will start to be in our clothing, inside our clothing. At Mirai Innovation Institute, we have been producing intelligent textiles produced from graphene that can measure the activity of your muscles. The fabric itself is the sensor. Take a look at this moving hand. With the movement of the muscle, you can detect the activity of the muscle. And this has enabled us to produce clothing that can monitor the activity of our body. This can have implications in health and sports and entertainment. But let's look at technology. When we get technology inside our bodies, body hacking, which is something that's happening many places. We see little devices that can be implanted into parts of our body. In particular, it's quite common to have a sort of a chip implanted in our hand, and this will allow us to give us our other capacities. For example, opening your door with your hand without having to introduce a password or anything.
La tecnología ahora va a entrar dentro de nuestros cuerpos. Vamos a ver que ya están desarrollando sensores digestibles que nos vamos a tomar. Tienen cámaras, tienen sensores, van a poder recolectar información, pueden recolectar incluso imágenes de todo el sistema digestivo y van a poder hacer diagnósticos incluso desde mucho antes de que tengas síntomas. La tecnología va a empezar a reemplazar partes de nuestro cuerpo. Pero por ahora, para personas que desafortunadamente hayan perdido alguna pierna, algún brazo, está sustituyendo esos miembros y está permitiendo recobrar la capacidad de poder tener movimientos ordinarios. Y incluso la misma tecnología está permitiendo que en el futuro tengamos bioimpresión 3D, con la cual se van a poder crear ya partes de órganos humanos y tejido. Tejido que va a ser totalmente compatible porque se va a utilizar las mismas células de las personas combinado con lo que es la biotinta para generar este nuevo tipo de tejido. En Mirai Innovation, en colaboración con la empresa de Smart Tissues en Japón, pues estamos desarrollando una bioimpresora 3D con sistemas particulares de extrusión que permiten no solamente hacer la impresión 3D en unas coordenadas cartesianas, sino también se puede incluso desmontar para que el médico o el investigador haga también ciertos tipos de estructuras manuales, ¿no? También la tecnología va a aumentar nuestras capacidades, va a poder hacernos más fuertes, más rápidos. En Japón, una empresa llamada Cyberdyne está desarrollando un exoesqueleto que permite cargar más peso, ser más fuerte a la persona. Y esto, más que nada, ahorita lo están haciendo porque en Japón hay mucha población de la tercera edad y para los que cuidan a estas personas, pues necesitan tener esa fuerza. Este tipo de sistemas se controlan por la percepción de la actividad muscular del operador y así es como se activan estos sensores para que le den más fuerza al usuario. Incluso la tecnología nos va a permitir controlar también cosas con la mente. Tenemos que con implantes cerebrales ya es posible que una persona con cierto grado de cuadriplegia, que no puede moverse, pueda controlar un tercer brazo o un brazo robótico para poder agarrar un objeto, incluso tomar y recobrar cierta funcionalidad que ya no podía hacer. Incluso ya hace 2 años, en 2020, Elon Musk, a través de su compañía de Neuralink, anuncia este dispositivo, se llama N1, es un chip y que se implanta en el cerebro. Mide 1024 señales de electroencefalograma y esto permite tener también decodificar ese pensamiento para poder controlar algo con la mente. Incluso va a ser tan chiquito que se pronostica que se va a poder implantar casi el mismo día, ¿no? Como una famosa operación de los ojos, ¿no? De láser, ¿no? Incluso ya hice una demostración en la cual este mono que tiene ya el chip implantado está jugando un videojuego, simplemente con la mente. Ahora se imaginan las posibilidades que nosotros vamos a tener también en el futuro con este tipo de chips implantables. Digo, obviamente, pues, ahorita digo, nos preguntamos, ¿no? ¿Quién se quiere implantar un chip en el cerebro? Quizás nadie, ¿no? Pero eso mismo le dijeron a Bill Gates hace muchos años, ¿no? Cuando dijeron que quién iba a querer una computadora en su casa, ¿no? Viendo todos los beneficios y las posibilidades, creo que pues mucha gente lo va a intentar, ¿no? Y este tipo de sistemas de interfaz cerebro-máquina no solamente tienen que ser con chips implantables, sino incluso podemos medir las señales por afuera del cerebro, las decodificamos por medio de algoritmos de inteligencia artificial para poder controlar diversos tipos de aparatos. En Mirai Innovation desarrollamos este dispositivo que se llama Aura, el cual puede monitorear el cerebro por medio del electroencefalograma y podemos ver qué áreas del cerebro se están activando en tiempo real y eventualmente poder usar estas señales para poder controlar dispositivos. Es decir, no necesariamente tenemos que implantarnos ese chip, sino incluso podemos eventualmente poner sensores en una gorra convencional para poder incluso ya empezar a utilizar este tipo de sistemas y poder hacer otro tipo de actividades. Y lo hemos demostrado a través del uso con robots, ¿no? Ciertas prótesis robóticas, monitoreando ciertas áreas del cerebro en tiempo real para poder realmente mover incluso hasta robots androides. Se puede utilizar también con sillas autónomas en las cuales personas también que no pueden caminar, también controlando con el cerebro, puedan incluso navegar y poder tener esta movilidad. Pero también en el laboratorio hemos incluso entrenado a gente para que pueda modular su actividad cognitiva para poder mantener la concentración, pueda tener cierto nivel exactamente en las áreas del cerebro que nosotros queremos para que pueda también controlar ciertos dispositivos y recibir cierta retroalimentación. Incluso podemos también pensar en la nueva generación de sistemas de exobrazos y exoesqueletos, pero esta vez también ya controlados con el cerebro. Sí, bueno, aquí tenemos un poco de ya cómo lo estamos realizando en el laboratorio en Japón. ¿Y por qué no? También la tecnología nos va a permitir extender ahora nuestros cuerpos, una nueva generación de prótesis, pero también van a ser controladas con la mente. En este caso, vamos a agarrar un objeto, pero ya con un brazo externo a nuestro cuerpo. Incluso en Japón demostramos que también es posible que una persona pueda utilizar 3 brazos a la vez. 2 brazos humanos y un tercer brazo que es robótico controlado con la mente. Y esto pues también abre muchas posibilidades porque nos permite hacer incluso multitareas. Y estamos trabajando también en nuevos dispositivos que van a ser una extensión de nosotros mismos, pero también para el metaverso, en las cuales vamos a poder incluso medir las ondas del cerebro para poder interactuar con ambientes virtuales. Este es el dispositivo WaveX, que ya incluye este sistema que detecta las ondas del cerebro y lo estamos mezclando con sistemas de realidad virtual. Y obteniendo las señales del cerebro, pues realmente vemos que pues se pueden controlar incluso hasta un videojuego. Y entonces ya estamos también extendiendo nuestras propias capacidades humanas, pero a un tercer plano. Por último, ¿por qué no? Extensión de nosotros mismos, pero ahora para poder traspolar nuestra presencia a un robot humanoide, un robot androide. Este es el famoso profesor Hiroshi Shiguro, de la Universidad de Osaka, con el que tuve la oportunidad de colaborar. Me decía, ¿cómo podemos crear ese tipo de tecnología de controlar un robot androide con la mente? De hecho, en Japón ya lo hacen. Este robot que tenemos en el laboratorio lo controla un operador y puede transmitir sus movimientos y incluso sus gestos faciales para poder tener mejores interacciones humanas con otras personas. Y al momento de que empezamos a trabajar con él, dije, bueno, ¿por qué no vamos a tratar de hacer eso? Y me pareció como un tema de una película de ciencia ficción, y en efecto, es una película de ciencia ficción que se llama El Sustituto, de Surrogates, creo que se llama, ¿no? De Bruce Willis, en las cuales las personas controlan ya sus avatars, ¿no? Bueno, sus surrogate, con la mente. Y lo hicimos en el laboratorio. Tenemos aquí el robot Geminoid, es un robot androide, en el cual colocamos unas esferas en sus manos, y el operador es lo que ve en la pantalla, las esferas. Cuando una de las esferas se activa, decodificamos su actividad del cerebro, cuando quiere agarrar ese objeto, esa esfera, y se la mandamos a las manos del robot, que en este caso está del otro lado de la habitación, pero en esencia puede estar del otro lado del mundo. Y así es como creamos el primer androide controlado con la mente. Y ya cuando lo aplicamos con personas que tienen cierto grado de cuadriplegia, esto ya representa algo totalmente diferente, porque le estamos permitiendo transportar su cuerpo, que no tiene movilidad, a otro cuerpo que puede interactuar ya con otras personas, en este caso con su esposa. Entonces el lazo, el impacto emocional que genera ya es otra cosa, ya es otro nivel. ¿Y por qué no? Imagínense que podamos transferir habilidades de una persona a otra. Una persona que le tomó muchos años aprender cierta habilidad, que la podemos transferir hacia otra persona. Eso también estamos trabajando en el laboratorio de Mirai Innovation en Japón. Desarrollamos un sistema de esclavo y amo para que puede medir la actividad muscular de una persona, en este caso del maestro, y transferírsela. Se la inyectamos directamente a los músculos del estudiante. En este caso, utilizamos señales de electromiograma. A ver si. Y con algoritmos de inteligencia artificial reconocemos cuáles son esos patrones para eventualmente inyectárselos al estudiante y que pueda replicar esos movimientos. Creo que aquí. A ver si me pueden ayudar a cambiar. Si ven aquí el maestro mueve el brazo, se activan los músculos del estudiante y eventualmente replica el movimiento. A pesar de que no está viendo lo que el maestro está haciendo atrás, lo está sintiendo ya directamente en sus músculos y puede replicar la acción. Entonces, cuando transmite esta posibilidad de todo lo que ha aprendido por medio de su memoria muscular, vemos que el estudiante empieza a adquirir esa información. Incluso lo probamos con una habilidad de tocar el tambor electrónico, en el cual tenemos a un maestro. ¿Pueden cambiar, por favor? Le pusimos los sensores y el estudiante, pero algo interesante, al estudiante le cubrimos los ojos, él no está viendo nada. Y eventualmente, si pueden, empieza a tocar el tambor, creo que. Y siguiendo un ritmo que está en la pantalla, que él no puede ver, pero está sonando. Pero ahorita no tiene sonido, pero está sonando y automáticamente ya lo está tocando. Y él nunca vio ninguna tabladura de música, simplemente recibió la información directamente en sus músculos. Entonces, cuando me preguntan, ¿qué nos depara el destino de la humanidad 2.0? Yo digo, híjoles, la verdad es que yo veo un mundo de posibilidades, veo un mundo pues veo muchos mundos diferentes de todo lo que sigue, porque es lo que muchas de esas cosas es la que estamos haciendo aquí en Mirai Innovation. Y hay algo muy importante, que de hecho es un tema que incluso yo creo que ahorita vamos a tocar, es el tema de cuáles son los beneficios, pero también las desventajas, incluso la parte de ética, ¿no? ¿Qué es realmente ético hacer o no con cualquiera de todas estas tecnologías? Obviamente, en el aspecto de la investigación, nosotros tratamos siempre de seguir los protocolos de ética cuando hacemos los experimentos con las personas, pero ya cuando lo implementamos en la vida real, van a surgir muchísimas otras aplicaciones y casos, incluso se va a utilizar de formas que nosotros no nos estamos imaginando. Entonces ahí es donde tenemos que tener cuidado en cómo nuestra tecnología y la tecnología que estamos desarrollando va a tener un impacto en nuestra sociedad. No, muchas gracias.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, Cristian. Y bueno, ahora vamos a pasar a una interacción entre nuestros tres panelistas y regresaríamos contigo, Andrea. Dos cuestiones que me gustaría que comentaras. Una, lo más breve que pudieras. Yo vi hace algunos años desarrollos en IBM para detección de cáncer, de diferentes tipos de cáncer, en particular cáncer de mama, pero le dejé de seguir la pista al trabajo que estaban haciendo, que tenía un grado de éxito muy alto y podían detectar estos sistemas inteligentes cáncer antes de que llegara el diagnóstico al médico. Entonces, ¿podrías comentar un poco eso, Andrea? Y también, ¿qué reacción te da lo que nos acaba de presentar Cristian? Adelante, Andrea, si estás por ahí.
Aquí sigo, medio me despeinó la presentación de Cristian, me impactó mucho de las cosas que están haciendo en Mirai. Y bueno, y me quedé justo pensando en esta parte de, claramente Japón es una sociedad que está envejeciendo y que le está apostando a que estas tecnologías exponenciales sirvan para atender los grandes retos que esto presenta, y que sin duda tiene que ser y tiene que estar en la agenda de desarrollo científico, tecnológico y de innovación de muchos países, porque para allá vamos todos. Y ya lo comentábamos ayer, que justamente hace unos días fue el Día Internacional de las Telecomunicaciones y la Sociedad de la Información, y justamente la fecha de este año fue dedicada al envejecimiento saludable y a poner el foco de la importancia que las personas adultas mayores sean más, pues, les acerquemos la caja de herramientas de las tecnologías. Y bueno, sobre lo que comenta, doctor, sobre Watson para oncología, que es la solución. Watson es nuestro sistema de inteligencia artificial. Muchos seguramente se acordarán, antes era Deep Blue, que por ahí ganó torneos de ajedrez. Y bueno, esta parte de la inteligencia artificial y la parte experimental basada en juegos me parece muy simbólica, pensando que los juegos son justamente una actividad muy humana y que
I'm
ahora
sorry. So,
muchos ejercicios también que tienen que ver con el arte.
so this had to do with art
En la parte de oncología,
in the area of
con los médicos,
oncology. What was being done,
con el tema de la ética, finalmente Watson no hacía diagnóstico. Lo que hacía
Watson didn't diagnose anything,
para
but
proponer alternativas y hacer
it
sugerencias de
it
tratamientos.
proposed suggestions of treatment. It didn't diagnose. That's what Watson did. So we conducted an interesting experiment with cancer doctors, nutrition experts in Mexico. This is sort of what happened in the chess with Kasparov in the chess experiment. It was quite entertaining. It was like a game, but a lot of things emerged. Watson was using databases from the system, the healthcare system in the United States, and papers from the United States, etc. But often the proposals for treatment, the physicians in Mexico said that's not feasible in Mexico because these things are not available. It's a very aggressive thing to do with a cancer patient in such and such a phase. And what was clear was the idea of an oncology Watson who couldn't substitute a doctor, but it could help to increase capacity and human intelligence of the doctors. But when it came to implementing in an operational setting with a patient and a doctor and a physician, it would be very advantageous in a country like ours. And so perhaps an expert in lung cancer, if confronts stomach cancer, when faced with stomach cancer, consult a colleague. Well, it could be done in this system. That's an example. This is making strides forward. The medical side of this is very much a subject for debate in many different countries. And now, with the pandemic, many of these exercises help to bring down the barriers. And there's been breakthroughs when it comes to health and public health because of the urgency of the pandemic. And no question that the medical side and the use of artificial intelligence for basic health care has been a very important topic, or it has been and is in the future, will be in the future. the use of high quality systems for this purpose, and often there are limited resources. In Mexico, for example, the Cancer and Nutrition Institute is in the southern part of the city in a specific area, which often the quality of treatment is not getting to the entire population. So this is obviously one of the priorities and the most pressing things for using technology, and that's we just saw what's being done with Mirai. It's these exoskeletons and all the different things. The exoskeletons for the population that need to be able to care for the elderly population. It seems highly interesting to me. I also want to mention getting to the ethics side of things. The business about trust, it was brought up before. Many of these solutions can be I was dropped. No, we can see you and hear you perfectly. We can still see you and hear you. You can continue. A glitch in the system that made me think that you couldn't hear me or see me. Many of these solutions can raise the Luddite to fear these new things that, remember, many a century ago, the Luddites feared all technology. So in these images of video games, what I imagine is that technology can be useful not only to substitute for many lack of capacity, but it's also very in situations of disasters when there's earthquakes, for example. This example of the video game, we can imagine it as a system getting into a building that's in ruins to conduct dangerous, hazardous work. So ethics must permeate every area, application, implementation, design, etc. And gender is something we have to bring up. We need more women not only at the end as consumers, but at the beginning for design and experimenting, etc. To bring in different perspectives, not only from different disciplines, but other issues. The machines have to provide answers, but we as humans, and I think that's the combination, what I want to make very clear, is that we as human beings at work, we have to ask the difficult questions and find out how far we're going to go. Are we going to bring to the phase of production and a solution? Thank you very much, Andrea. Obviously, time is our whip. Omar I asked you a question. I had many questions from before, but what I'd like to know is, what is your reaction to Christian's presentation? Can you hear me? Yes, we hear you perfectly. Firstly, I think it's a very interesting area. I believe that I could sum up the presentation as how we can augment the human being and make us do more than what we can, and help people who have problems in neurological movement, etc. I believe that this is I congratulate you, Christian, for this interesting presentation, but with regard to this and the ethics side of it all, we have to figure out how we can make these machines more secure. sometimes it's not just about ethics, but the access for people who don't have access to anything. That's what it's about. I believe what Andrea was mentioning about cancer, not the entire population has access to quality health care. So I think that this is one of the opportunities. It's an opportunity to be able to take a look at this, because I think this goes hand in hand with positive potential and, as opposed to negative potential. And so that's what these technologies represent. Another thing is, how can we use cellular cell phones as a new healthcare instrument? I think everybody's begun to do this. It's in our pocket. So I believe this is would be so helpful in remote communities. People have gone from having nothing to have a cell phone, and now they can, or maybe they have a computer or a laptop or something. And I think this option with cell phones could have a huge impact, as Andrea says. This AI for education, to work on poverty, healthcare, it's a huge opportunity, gargantuan. And young people today, engineers or undergraduate students, can draw inspiration from all these possibilities. It could be much more positive than negative. I think nobody can solve things overnight, but we have to try, but the positive impact we can have with these technologies is bigger than the negative one. And so that's why I'd like to raise a question about conscience. How can we overcome the dangers, the hazards of using these machines? We look at these like Matrix, and when the machines actually take on and become self-thinking. I mean, but that's way off from now. It's like science fiction movies we've seen. I think we're way far out. And so we have to look at the positive potential that this has, and try to build systems as we're doing, and make this a technology better than just a black box. Perhaps people who could never have any help with this or make use of this can do so in health and everything. That's what we should try to do. So that's my motivation, and I'd like to it's huge. Both mentioned it, as well as Christian, and it's great. Now, I want to say that there are devices that allow us to do so many things, but the Apple's iWatch
Esto no se había implementado en México porque COFEPRIS no había dado el permiso, y hace un par de días
and COFEPRIS
ya pueden hacerse electrocardiogramas ustedes mismos con su
and there's your iWatch already is doing all this stuff. But anyway, so in the last few minutes, I'd like to just give us your final thoughts, Cristian. I'm sorry. I agree with the panelists, Omar and Andrea. So I
Andrea, de lo que realmente, para lo que realmente sirve esta tecnología, y que al final de cuentas siempre tiene que ser para un bien en la sociedad, enfocarnos en las aplicaciones que actualmente están trabajando en IBM, por ejemplo, con lo que mencionaba de de Watson para la oncología, y los usos de
and the uses for artificial intelligence to create assistance programs that will not necessarily steal a job from people, from doctors, but rather feeds into their capacities and abilities. We always think that technology is a very powerful tool. It's so strong and we need to take the most out of it. And the technologies that I introduced to you today will revolutionize the way in which we live and the way we think even. We need to consider that we as men will always have that human agency. Regardless of all the technology we might use, we were always going to be humans. We need to bear in mind that human interaction is key. And technology, no matter how fancy or amazing they seem, they cannot replace human beings. The last reflection is we need to be careful. We need to be careful how we apply these technologies in the future. We need to use this technology for good as researchers. Sometimes technology can be used for evil, however, and we need to be careful in the way we create regulations and laws and bring awareness as to how we use the technologies that will bring a greater potential to us as human beings. I'm thankful to have this opportunity to listen to the other panelists, Omar and Andrea, to listen to their perspective and their vision, and I'm delighted to be in this panel as well. Thank you, Christian. And the applause is for all of you. I'd like to clarify something. This was my fault that the discussion got a little sidetracked regarding stealing jobs from doctors. I said that that machines technology can do oncological diagnosis, but that's not the case. They do a pre-diagnosis and they can provide a set of suggestions regarding possible treatment, as Andrea just told us about. They talk about treatments and pharmaceuticals that are available not only in the US, but throughout the world, but they sometimes don't necessarily exist or are available to all people. It's not about substituting the presence of doctors, but rather to provide them with advanced tools so that they can have a more accurate diagnosis. So once again, let's give these three panelists a round of applause. And now let's move on to the next panel, where Dr. Brenda Valderrama
honor y ustedes el placer de
will have the honor and you will have the pleasure of hearing her as our moderator.
Así es, pues muchísimas gracias.
Oh, yes, thanks so much to the Humanity 2.0 panel. Thanks to all of you who are with us in person and virtually. These are very interesting panels. So please do stay seated, because for the next activity, we will have Brenda Valderrama Blanco, who is the a professor of the Biotechnology Institute of the National University of Mexico, who will be moderating the panel for the future of health and medicine. Let me tell you about Dr. Valderrama Blanco. She has a degree, a master's, and a PhD in the biomedical program in UNAM with honors, full honors for her academic performance. She later went to the London College in the UK. She's part of the National Institute of Researchers, and she has been a trainer and teacher and a member of the prestigious Academy of Sciences of Morelos. She has had 10 research programs with national and foreign financing. She has been a moderator for research programs for the National Council of Science and Technology in Mexico. She's a member of the Mexican Society of Biochemistry in bioproteins design group and the redox oxidase group in Europe as well. Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Valderrama Blanco.
Muchísimas gracias, como siempre, encantada de estar aquí.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to be with you in Hidalgo, my second home. If you don't know this, the Institute of Technology will open its first foreign branch here in Pachuca, Hidalgo. We're very delighted to be with you to continue knowing each other. We have 3 panelists today, top class panelists today, that we will be able to take a peep into the future. You'll never be able to prospect or plan or have that foresight without things changing. But we do have wonderful speakers, and we're delighted to have them today. Dr. Claudia González Jauregui, who will join us virtually, Dr. Natasha de Paula, who is with us, and Dr. Luis Eduardo Fernández Avilés, who is with us in the room. Our first panelist is Claudia González. Is she connected? Is she online already? Do we have her online?
Bueno, pues mientras se conecta Claudia.
So while Claudia connects, I can tell you that she graduated with a degree of genomic sciences in the UNAM. She has a PhD from Baylor in Texas, and she also had a postdoctoral residency. She has led large-scale biogenomic studies with patients, and what she is doing to discover the genomic link with disease in human beings through what they call precision medicine. She is in the Human Genome Institute in Querétaro. Claudia, it is a pleasure to have you. You have the floor. Thank you, Dr. Valderrama. Thank you so much for inviting me to participate in this panel. I am delighted to be with you. I would like to share my screen. Can you see it?
Sí, así es. Sí, la vemos. Perfecto, muchas gracias. Bueno, pues yo les quisiera hablar.
So thank you. I would like to talk to you in this panel about the future of medicine and health regarding the human genome to implement precision medicine in Latin America. As many of you know, the Human Genome Project, which was launched in 1990, that was the beginning of a revolution in science research, and eventually it led us to change the way we diagnose and understand disease. Two of its main results is the initial sequencing of the human genome in 2001, and finally this draft was concluded in 2016, and then the reduction of the cost of genomic sequencing technologies, which has become more accessible now to a daily life. We see try how we have sequenced the human genome from the beginning of the project to today's price, which is about $1,000. The genomic impact is usually done in genetic disease, other monogenic diseases linked to a determined or a specific gene. And in 1986, we saw the first reports of genes associated to human disease through conventional methods to discover lung disease. And finally, we were able to study disease through genomic studies and through our capacity, our ability to link new genes to human disease. This is extremely important because this allows us at this time to move on and make progress in diagnosing disease, not only clinically, but also at a molecular level. This revolution, which is happening in the past 15 years, is something that can be summarized in this book. It's called Genomics of Rare Disease.
A gran escala en la población y está siendo usada para
This is used to diagnose, to do an early and precise diagnosis of pediatric patients in intensive care units and hospitals in the US, in the UK, and other countries in Europe.
Precisamente para cortar algún síntoma
to find clinical diagnosis for congenital malformations when we don't know what the diagnosis is. The interpreter apologizes. The speaker has a very poor connection. This allows us to, the interpreter apologizes. Her sound is breaking up. We have a genomic program for newborns in the UK where we have children that are born into the public healthcare system can have a genomic sequencing to study their potential for disease. And if they do have them, we know what the best way would be to handle their disease to prevent mortality and morbidity. The advantage of this new technology in diagnosing disease is important because it allows us to diagnose at a molecular level and allows us to prevent adverse events. We have disease where children are born intact, but later on they can develop disease, metabolic disease, and after that they can have permanent neurological damage. That is why it's so important to diagnose this before they're born or even in the first few days of life so that we can prevent damages, injury, and disability. This allows us to develop proper therapies to adapt to have effective therapies. We can also plan for the future to based on knowing how the disease might evolve to create a good prognosis, and we can have proper answers for patients and their families to do proper family planning for parents, and we also can use this for public health policies based on disease that can be prevalent in specific populations, and also to have a precision medical care individually and at a population level. This is what we are able to do through genomics, to be able to implement preventive medicine, personalized medicine, precision medicine, that allows us to diagnose and prevent disease and find markers that allows us to monitor for disease that might evolve over a person's lifetime and to minimize risk to it before the disease actually develops. And once the disease actually occurs, we can develop specific medications based on the molecular changes in the patient. And then provide them with these pharmaceuticals so that we can plan the molecular and cellular studies for this specific disease. The interpreter apologizes. The speaker's sound is breaking up. These technologies that have been developed and seen in other countries, the problem in Latin America now is that some populations are very underrepresented. So most of the genomic studies in the world have been done with European populations. You can see the contribution for each of the populations, Hispanic or Latin American, is 0.23%. It's very low, and this means that this could be a disadvantage and a problem for our populations because there is a lack of specificity, which can lead to inequality in benefits and access to these genomic diseases or genomic advantages. There is therefore a different studies that have been done in these large population groups. These studies with European cohorts is not necessarily something that we can extrapolate to other populations and establish the same level of risk or genetic architecture to design programs for other populations. That is why it's so important to have these types of studies in our populations. There's also lack of specificity for interpretation of rare disease and in underrepresented populations. And that is why it's necessary to increase the representation of other population groups in these genomic studies with other types of populations. On the basis of these studies and biobanks and other studies that we have been engaged in, we know that 2 to 4% of participants in population studies do not suffer any particular disease. If we were to take a specific number of persons from a population, to 4% of the of that population will have pathogenic disease that can be actionable in terms of pharmaceuticals, and it's easy to run some screening tests such as colonoscopy and mammogram to prevent breast cancer or colon cancer, or other interventions such as persons with high cholesterol level can be placed on statins to lower their cholesterol level and so on. These are interventions that are quite simple, they're available, and if you know that these persons have this type of susceptibility, we can make recommendations for them and reduce the mortality and morbidity of the population. We also know that this is a percentage that can vary depending on the type of population. So when we have founding populations such as the Amish in the US, although they have a lower number of variants, 7 compared to 43 in another study, or 548 variants in the UK Biobank, can have a larger number of individuals affected by that variance because of that foundational element of the population. We have also seen that there are many genetic diseases that can be considered to be rare, but if we actually look at the prevalence in the overall population, many of these disorders are not being properly diagnosed because they have been diagnosed as other disorders. Then that is why we see that for high cholesterol. This is sometimes seen as diabetes type 2 or metabolic syndrome, but these persons have a genetic disorder that requires a molecular study to address that disease differently, and that is why it provides us with opportunities to have a more targeted interventions in on a much more timely basis and do genetic counseling and tell the population about variants that could affect them. On the other hand, we can also have genomic studies in these populations, such as our populations in Latin America that have been underrepresented in studies performed so far. This will allow us to find new variants and new genes associated to diseases that perhaps have not been identified so far because they're not so prevalent in other population groups, especially in European population groups. We also know that these scores, these polygenic scores that you may have heard about recently, is not something that is transferable to other populations because they're very specific to European populations, and other populations see a great variability or low prevalence in Latin America because of the fact that these results have been usually carried out in European populations that are not necessarily extrapolated to our populations. That is why it's necessary to carry out these studies in our specific populations in Mexico. Then, as part of the projects that we have carried out at the International Biogenic Studies Lab in UNAM, we began working on preparing the Mexican Network for Rare Disease, which has a group of doctors, researchers, and patients that are engaged in studying rare disease in Mexico and providing patients with a molecular diagnosis with the use of genomic technology in a context of in a research context to find the causes for genetic disease. All of this is being done in large efforts that are being carried out throughout the region to increase diagnosis, research, and training capabilities regarding genomic studies to, in the end, be able to implement these new decision-making processes in our populations. And I wanted to share, this is all I wanted to share with you. And I am open to your questions and to participate in the panel discussion as well.
En el cierre y en las preguntas y respuestas.
So we'll have a Q&A at the end. We have Dr. Natacha de Paula. She is from Venezuela. She studied in Simón Bolívar University. Then she studied in the MIT for a master's, and that's later that she got a PhD there. She is currently the director for the Medical Digital Technology Engineering and Research and Education Center at the Illinois Institute of Technology. She's emphasizing understanding human disease, developing new therapies, and functional diagnosis. She's recognized as the top woman in engineering in 2012. And Dr. Natacha de Paula, welcome. Can you all hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be with you, with the organizers. I thank the organizers for inviting me to this panel discussion that has been, it's been so interesting to hear everything that has been said. I only have a couple of slides that I will be showing you. And part of the discussions we have, we had to prepare for this panel discussion. Was especially designed to have enough room for questions and discussion. Please allow me to share my screen.
Can the audience see the screen?
Sí, vemos la presentación.
Okay, muchas gracias.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. As I said to you, I will be giving you a presentation in English because it's easier for me, because some of the things that I talk about are very technical. Can you please change to presentation mode? Can I do this, or can I simply just move it to presentation mode?
Okay, very good. It seems like it doesn't change. Let's do this. This is probably better. Can you see anything?
No,
I don't see anything.
se puso error. Yo
Okay.
creo que hay que hacer como play del slideshow.
We got a error message. We need to play the slideshow.
Okay, bueno, disculpas por esta
I
complicación.
apologize for the technical glitch. If you go to the right, it says play. There's a round button with a green triangle. Top right corner. It says play. Top right. There you go. There we go. Now we can see the whole thing. Thank you. Excellent. As I was saying, can you see the whole slide? I only have a couple of slides to guide this discussion.
Okay, so I am a professor of biomedical engineering, and I am the director of IDMed, which is the Illinois Tech Digital Medical Engineering and Technology Center. And what we work is we focus in the digital transformation of medical engineering research and education. And a guiding theme for us is to build on personalized medicine and also on precision medicine. And we have heard today through some of the earlier presentations on the topic. So, so in these slides, what I wanted to show is the fact that as we do a lot of, as engineers, we do a lot of modeling and simulation to do predictive modeling. There has been a lot that is being developed when we started designing airplanes and cars and even cities. And the focus that we are engaged is into being able to really model and simulate the most complex of all machines that there is, which is the human body. So I'm going to just make some reference to some of the work that we are doing. What you see here in the right-hand side of this slide is just some illustrations of some of the work that we do in order to better understand different tissues in the body, also to understand different conditions from, we really deal with all different diseases that affect the human body. Now, we have a dual focus. One is in the research in which we develop technology that really we can advance how we can implement digital tools, develop the technologies, and be able to better diagnose and treat disease, and in some cases also on the prevention side. But we also are very much engaged in the development of educational material, because there is this need in order to educate not only the public about the digital tools that they can use to improve their life, and also to take a little bit more participation in their healthcare, but also for the health providers and for us, the scientists developing the technology, so that we can really accelerate all the work that we do by taking advantage of the advances in the digital world that we live and all the technology available to us. So when we come in the context of economic development and how we can just contribute for all the different regions in the world, and particularly when we look at our states in the Americas, it's important to have a workforce that is able to build on economic development and independence. And we all believe and understand that the digital advances, if we leverage that correctly, we can actually have fast page improvement and advancements that otherwise, were not possible. We heard earlier today, there was a presentation in which talking about how the digital system have advanced and how we started from some very rudimentary telephones to have the cell phones that we have advanced today that can actually even help us in doing some monitoring of our health at every single time, patient information and data. And when cell phones were introduced in some developing countries, I think there was a dramatic increase on where they were, on what they could actually use to improve their development around them. And in the case of medicine and healthcare, I think we believe the same when we deal into how we can actually really build on healthcare and medicine. Now, when we talk about personalized medicine and precision medicine, of course, they are different. And the idea that we are building around the use of digital tools is for predictive modeling and simulation. So we can do the amount of managing of data that we can do today is incomparable to what was a few years ago. So that put us in the position that we have a lot of information, a lot of data. We need to manage that in a way that we can extract information with genomics and all the genetic profiling that we can do today. And we heard in our previous in the previous presentation the impact that this have. We move into the next level into how do we use all this information, all this data, so that we can advance treatment, make it more efficient. And often when we deal with medicine, it's about providing timely care that expand also to, for example, I have here, this is a very busy slide, but this represents some of what we do when we're looking at the life cycle of medical devices. We develop new technologies, and the process for any new medical device or technology to go from the point of having an idea to being able to deliver it to the clinic and to the patient, it's very time consuming, very expensive. And with the use of very precise modeling and simulation that allow us to iterate, what we see here in one of these slides here is that we can actually, we have all these sequential tasks that by using multiple digital instruments, we can actually accelerate by doing modeling, simulation, correction, predicting. We can accelerate the process to bring that to market. And at the same time, also what it does is that we reduce cost and we increase value. So we are specifically my laboratory, my center, we actually have teamed up with one of the giant software companies in this goal to build together what will be virtual twins of the human body. And we are specifically now working on a virtual twin for the brain, for which we start from, getting images from some of the work that we do in our research laboratories, building atlases that generate an incredible amount of information, very valuable. In the case of the brain, we're looking at healthy brains, diseased brain. From those images, we are able to build models so that we can do a lot of predicting simulations of conditions, and we can actually then, in that way, develop therapies. But what I wanted to illustrate here is also the fact that the communication and the sharing of information is tremendous. So one of the things that we do together with this company, who is actually has a presence that is a worldwide presence, is also linking with the industry and also linking with the clinic, so that we can really all work together to educate, innovate, and actually have impact that can actually improve the human condition. Here, I just wanted to give you a little image of as we look into the work that I was describing with the brain. It's really, in order to be able to simulate brain tissue and under different conditions, it really requires an incredible amount of data that needs to be processed. In order to do proper simulation, we need an incredible amount of computer power, and the complexity that we need to deal with is something that we can do today with the digital tools to be able to then bring it all together to develop technologies that can be of impact. So in order to do something of this level of complexity, we start, with a lot of images. We need to build on certain models and use the digital tools to be able to achieve our goal. So one of the things that I wanted to mention related with the region is that, and the community, and the fact to share is that we work together in an academic network. We are an academic institution. We do fundamental and applied research, but we also care about educating not only the technologies of the future, the engineers and the practitioners in health and medicine, but also contribute to education of the public. So we are part of a network, academic network, and here there are some of the institutions that we are all connected through these digital applications. And as you can see here, there is one partner in Mexico, there is one in Brazil, and so we are hoping to build more in Latin America. So with that, I think I just wanted to leave this as some general thoughts, and I will be happy to have discussions on more specific aspects of the research we do, the education we do, but I think it's also very important to also bring aspects of the public policy. So we need to get the governments involved, we need to get the industry, and we need to get the practitioners when it comes to health and medicine, because we cannot experiment as much as with other areas. We are really dealing with people. And when it comes to that, I think the more that we can do as predictive learning and take advantage of what we have and data and information, so that we can work on starting with more prevention, and then to be able to deliver a treatment that is more appropriate and is less invasive and more effective. So I will stop here. I don't know if we're going to be taking questions now or at the end together with the panel, but I'm looking forward the additional discussions with the group.
Muchas gracias, Natasha. Te pedimos que te mantengas conectada.
Thank you very much, Natasha. Well, I ask you to stand by for the question and answer. And then we're going to finish up with Luis Eduardo Fernandez. He's Mexican. He's from Sonora. He graduated from the University of Monterrey, and then he's been a professor at the La Salle University in Sonora. He's given conferences and lectures, and computerized tools for the medical sector. The Mexican Society of Biomedics and the Secretariat of Health. He has helped, and at the National Institute of Rehabilitation of Sonora and the Orthopedic Musculoskeletal Association as well. He's been certified as a specialist for 4 different brands of measuring of medical equipment. He's co-founder and CEO of Tink CMMS. It's a specialized company in management systems. Luis, you have the floor. Good afternoon. Firstly, thank you very much for the opportunity and the honor to be part of this wonderful panel. We've heard a lot about medicine, technology, and I hope to be able to connect in my final remarks, all of this. If you allow me, I want to give you the perspective of a biomedical engineer with regard to medicine and health and the future thereof, particularly. Next slide, please. Firstly, it's important to say that the opinion of myself just represents my opinion and not that of any associations, groups, or companies, or much less anybody else. This chat is just to share my experience with you all. Next. So, particularly with Christian's remarks and the other panelists. We've heard the word technology, robots, a lot. But one of the million-dollar questions is how does it link to medicine, and what applications could it have with medicine? Now, at one point in the history, we've heard biomedical engineering at one point or another. So where if we look on Google, if we Google the word, we can see several different images where robots, parts of body coexist in medical equipment that we usually see in science fiction movies. Biomedical engineering is everything having that is used to estimate or project. You've seen with the pandemic, this used a lot. People who are struggling to stay alive at healthcare institutions, and that we've seen that everybody has some story about the pandemic. Here, as we can see, there's three actors involved here. The first actor, the most important one, is the patient we see lying in the bed. Then the infrastructure, which supports the healthcare from the practitioners. We can have medicine, the doctor, and the nurse, and then there's healthcare equipment. So this is what offers three particular things: diagnostic, treatment, and rehabilitation. So that's what the equipment does. So that's why we say that biomedical engineering is just the relationship that exists between health problems with technology solutions. And I'm going to be mentioning these different areas, and we can find science, engineering, material, hospital architecture, management, healthcare systems, diagnostic imaging, regulation, software as a medical device, tissue engineering, medical devices, and marketing of equipment. If you ask me what is the future of health and medicine, we're seeing it right here. Now it's time for our country in Latin America and the whole world that we adopt and finish adopting technologies that are part of our healthcare system. And as you can see up on the screen, could you next one, the next clip. This is the most important thing. What you can see up on the screen, in my view, as a biomedical engineer, is the key. Clinical engineering, because at least in the West, I don't know anybody who uses technologies as a tool, particularly with regard to medical devices. We hear more and more about the little machines for diabetes, for detection of cancer with medical equipment. All these technologies are just a vital part that we're going to be using a lot more in the near future. During COVID, you must have heard ventilators. And more than once, you must have gone into a supermarket where your temperature has been taken to be able to go into the supermarket. The question is, at any time in history have you ever heard that thermometer has said, don't go in, you can't go in? Is the thermometer said that? Or the oximeter that you bought on Amazon or wherever has told you that you have 80% oxygen saturation? The quality control of these medical devices is going to become quite consequential over the next years. And with the help of practitioners in bioengineering, all the disciplines that all the panelists today have spoken from and about, there's a huge challenge of the risk, particularly when it comes to medical informatics. This image that you see here is the perfect example of what happens every single day and what medical practitioners do to save lives every day, where we can see the image of medical equipment that's way in the back. That's an anesthesia machine. This machine, if it's not properly cared for and maintained, it could administer more anesthesia than what the person needs. And knowing that the doctor gave 2% or 3 or 7%, those numbers can be higher or lower, and any one of us can be taking in a mixture that could cause permanent damage if it's the wrong amount of anesthesia. Next. This is my favorite story, where the healthcare professionals love buying more affordable medical equipment in supermarkets. But this is something that's worth with hundreds of millions of people in our countries are used with one purpose, to know what the status is the person's blood pressure is. What would you think if I told you that these devices during their life, only more than 90% of this equipment isn't maintained one single time ever in their shelf life? What happens? A 70-year-old, for example, goes to the doctor, says he doesn't feel well. They take his blood pressure. And the healthcare practitioner says, you have high blood pressure, and then we're going to give you a prescription and some medications. This guy, the next day, he takes the pills and he goes to bathe. He gets dizzy, he falls, and he has a blood clot, and he kills him. So why did he die? He wasn't. It was the device that hadn't received maintenance, and it was misread. He had taken the medication that caused the dizziness, the fall, and then the blood clot. And so we assume that all healthcare institutions maintain this proper care of the devices for these things. And this can, unfortunately, though, this is not the case. There is not proper maintenance. The truth of the matter is that there's not 1 or 5 or 10 pieces of equipment in a hospital. There's more than 300 in small hospitals that range from vital signs monitors to MRI machines. So according to the World Health Organization, medical equipment are devices used for calibration, maintenance, reparation, and training users. So I ask you, these devices that we use, is this medical equipment that we use for heart measurement, etc.? Well, the thing is that we're decentralizing hospital services so that they can actually be done at your own house, and even the scope, using even the range can be with your telephone. And then these are examples of some medical equipment, the oximeter, vital signs measures that provide different parameters. Next, the electrosurgeon and the ventilator, of course, that you all know, that provide certain treatment as well. And then we have here ozone therapy or rehabilitation therapy. All of these equipment are part of the future that we've been building. That is healthcare practitioners and those who are the panelists and the great state of Hidalgo that's pushing forward all these major projects to push forward innovation for development, the medical equipment and assurances in this regard for us to have better, more affordable and effective services. Now, this equipment, of course, you've seen them on series and TV and series and movies and everything, but this is an emergency room unit. In an area of intensive therapy, for example, you can see this also in an operating room or diagnosis room, or in experimental and advanced operating rooms, or in minimally invasive processes, because we don't even have to open up patients anymore to be able to do things. We can use cameras, and no longer we use scalpels. We can minimally invasive procedures as well. What's the sad reality of this all? The sad fact of life, but also the great opportunity for everyone. This is the future of medicine and health, in my view, that more than 90% of these devices are foreign made. You must have heard about the deficit of ventilators, oximeters, etc. There's a huge deficit. We're dependent. We, the Latino countries, are very dependent upon upon manufacture outside of Mexico when even Mexican researchers have created the technology. And next, I want to introduce you to some success stories of Mexican entrepreneurship. So you can see that the future is here. The future is taking place among entrepreneurs and small and medium-sized businesses. And these are some areas where we should be improved, but this could be very fruitful for our society and useful for our society. You must remember that 10 years ago, there was a virus that was called H1N1. Now remember, what the government did was he had made an inventory of critical equipment to be able to diagnose this virus. So what happened were two things. The hospitals have their inventory of equipment in one management platform. So what happened were two things. Mexicans, we have a way, we have many different ways of saying car. So what happens with an electro, there's all sorts of names for the equipment as well. For medical equipment, if you have more than 7,000 healthcare institutions and different names for each one of the pieces of equipment, how are we going to know what equipment we have? How can we conduct an inventory? And the second problem was the platform. So we had spreadsheets, PowerPoints, Word documents, access on paper, and love letters, etc. When will this all be standardized so it's accessible, readily accessible? Next slide. It looks more or less like this. On a Excel spreadsheet, to be able to determine the contingency, emergency plan, and to be able to plan to face up for an epidemic that was 10 years ago. We weren't able to take a census and inventory of all this critical equipment, and more so 2 years ago, later. And then we're in the same situation where the office of the president said there's X amount of ventilators, and another secretariat says another thing. It's very hard to understand that the most basic problems of the country are the first ones that have to be resolved. These basic issues, how to take inventory of medical equipment that we have throughout the country. I'm pleased to tell you that we heard and took heed of this problem. We did something about it. We had a simple solution so that hospitals could copy and paste on a platform that we develop we copied back. Okay, I'll mention it because we're not showing it to you. This platform allows you to cut and paste information into this platform. And so this standardized everything so that in 3 minutes we had an inventory of everywhere. And so how many ventilators you have, how many oximeters, what brand are they, what is their state of operation, etc. Years later, next, this project that could have been the project of any student, we're continuing to use it. It employs more than 20 people in Sonora, Guadalajara, and other places, Zacatecas, and other important cities in Mexico. It's the first case of a startup of an engineering clinical engineering that was used private capital, and it helped the country. We at Tink, we make these systems and others to be able to standardize the information that countries need to prepare, not only for COVID-19, but for anything else that may come down the pike, but that when we need the information and we don't have it, we'll start to make the wrong decisions. Like buying oximeters four times more expensive than the regular price, and other ones that we didn't know, or not knowing that there were ventilators that were in hospitals, but they weren't recorded. So now, with COVID, we have entrepreneurship that is health related. We're good at this, and there were many, many initiatives to develop mechanical ventilators, ventilators that were necessary. And now, independently of this, independently of the equipment that was developed and were supported by X, Y, or Z, the important thing is to recognize here is that the country, the entire country, came together to show one thing, that our regulation at an body like Scopepris needs to be modernized to be able to attract the projects and not frighten people who would do this. A lot of people are in the import medical equipment. A lot of people complain about the sanitary registration for medical technology. This is a serious problem that requires simply modernizing the process and changing the chip in the people who are at university and who don't know that their projects, all these cables and things that are used, they can be the next unicorn, Mexican unicorn business. These can be companies that can generate employment in countries like Mexico and other Latin American countries and put us on the map. So the time is now. And I'd like to wrap up my presentation with a few suggestions to be able to complement my constructive criticism of what we could do better after COVID. Firstly, we need to collaborate professionally. There are organizations like the Mexico Society of Biomedical Engineering and Jalisco, there's just to mention a couple, who are starting to engage in innovation, and they are fostering scientific collaboration with business as well to be able to push forward projects that will improve our medicine and our health and our everyday life, modernize our regulations through these same bodies and those who are pushing forward scientific research and validate it all and be able to modernize our regulation. 3, not implement a entrepreneurship model, because we have an old one that doesn't work. We need to adopt models of entrepreneurship that have been developed in other countries. We don't need money. What we need is the necessary support from our government and linking us with industry to be able to push forward projects that are available to you all. Grant economic incentives. Obviously, we need seed capital under guidelines of evaluation and impact to make sure that this capital is being well allocated. Next, measure and communicate the impact, of course. Next, and the last one. And also something that's very important is adopt national technologies and not be malinchistas and use and turn our nose up at domestic technologies. A lot of times people say, if this ventilator fails and there's an American one, they're going to blame me. We have to get over all of this. Among us, we have to all have the same goal. We can go further, quicker, if we all come together to do this. These are some of the companies that have been changing Mexico. These are some of the entrepreneurs who are part of the GelTech network. We're missing a lot still. But if you see these companies here are already changing the world. They're modernizing processes. And through organization like GelTech, we believe that we can foster innovation and make there be a greater economic impact and increase access to healthcare for each and every one of us. There are many companies that are, and good ones that are changing now quite a bit. And to wrap up, I'd like to share with you a story that's not well known in Mexico, but I want to share this with you. At one of the companies, which is in GelTech, it shows that the future is now. It shows that it's possible. And this is the future of medicine and health in Latin America. Look at history, stories like this one. And these stories, in my view, when it comes to part entrepreneur, to make software, and this with all these buttons of different colors and stuff like that. But take this as a success story and adopt the future as the present, because medicine and health are it's necessary to improve them and link them to technology as of now. That's all. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Luis. Vamos un poco presionados de tiempo. No sé si haya comentarios.
Thank you,
Preguntas.
Luis. We're a bit pressed for time, and perhaps we need to make sure that our panelists that are joining remotely are actually connected right now.
Si no es así, pues cerramos este panel.
Well, if not, let's close this panel for the future of health and technology. So we have a huge job to do. Scientists have to describe and understand the phenomena that underlie disease. They can be physical, chemical, biological, pharmacological, and there's so much to learn. We saw what Claudia said. It's not just the human genome sequence that was necessary, but to understand all the sequences, all the genes that were there. Even COVID was showed us that there are this switch, the connection between lung disease and heart disease. We also, researchers have to create a useful, functional, useful and technologies that contribute, and politicians need to have regulatory policies that really promote technology. And in the end, we need to say that all of us are concerned in health issues, whether every single person has been affected by some health issue. And in the end, what we want to hear is, don't worry, everything will be okay. And in the end, we all work for doctors, and that is why we need to focus on doctors, train them, and give them proper training, since they are in school, to give them the proper tools. There are general doctors that don't really necessarily understand what vitamins are for, and they continue to prescribe them. This is something that we need to enhance together. But the research and health is really what brings us together with doctors, and then that they're the ones who will put this into practice. So thanks to everyone for inviting us to the panel. And we have the authorities who will be closing this, and so we thank you so much for your participation. A big round of applause to everyone.
Muchísimas gracias, doctora Brenda Valderrama, por llevar la
Dr. Brenda Valderrama, for moderating this very interesting panel, and to all who participated in the panel. So now we are going to go into the closing ceremony for Prospecta Americas today.
Invitamos a todos los asistentes a tomar asiento de manera
We
ordenada.
ask that everyone take a seat, because we will begin our closing ceremony for Prospecta Americas 2022.
Le pedimos al auditorio que tome asiento, ya que daremos inicio
We
con esta.
ask everyone to take their seats so we can begin the closing ceremony for Prospecta Americas 2022.
Es así como llegamos a un
This brings us to a successful end to the second edition of Prospecta Americas 2022. We hope this has been very useful and enriching to every one of you, whether you were here or participating virtually. We'd like to thank the authorities who are with us today. We have Aman Carranza Ramirez, the head of the Planning and Perspective Unit of Hidalgo.
Así como a la diputada Marcia Torres
We
González.
also, Marcia Torres Gonzalez, Chair of the Science and Technology Committee of the Congress of the State.
César Parga, jefe de
César
sección de
Parga, Head of Competitiveness, Innovation, Technology, and Economic Development for SETI OAS. We thank Juan Benito Romero, Head of Higher Studies of CEP. Thanks for being with us today, sir. And obviously, we will ask him to send our regards to the Secretary of Public Education in Mexico, our thanks for his contribution to this event.
Agradecemos la presencia
We
de
thank José Alonso Huerta Cruz for being with us. He's the Director General of Signova.
Nos acompaña Brenda
With
Valderrama.
us as well, Brenda Valderrama, Head of the Biotechnology Lab at UNAM.
También contamos con la presencia
We
de
also have Alejandro Franco with us, who is a General Coordinator of Health Education and Innovation Coordination Unit.
Alejandra Colón Vallejo.
Alejandro Colón Vallejo, Director of the Research Center of Economic, Administrative, and Social Investigators of IFN.
También agradecemos la presencia de
We
David.
thank David Oliva Oliva, founder and principal advisor for innovation in research in UNAM Connects.
Cristian Peñalosa, director.
Cristian Peñalosa, principal researcher at Mirai Research Institute in Japan, and Mexico.
Un aplauso para Fernando Guzmán.
Greetings to Fernando Guzmán, engineer of Soltop in South Korea and director of the Research Network.
Agradecemos la presencia de Luis Eduardo.
Luis Eduardo Fernández, co-founder and CEO of Ping CMMS, Mexico.
Agradecemos la presencia
We
también
also thank Yadira Rivera Espinosa, Director of the National School of Biological Science of IPN.
Y por supuesto a la
And
maestra
obviously, Xochitl Garcia Corin, Secretary of the Research and Foresight Unit in the state of Hidalgo. Thank you.
Continuaremos con las palabras.
Next, we will hear the Director of the Department of Economic Development SETI at the OAS, Maurice Robert. Thank you so much, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are now closing 2 days of open and really highly constructive and profitable sessions. First of all, I would like to congratulate the team of the state of Hidalgo, and in particular, Governor Amar Fayad Meneses and Mr. Laman Carranza Ramirez for their leadership and commitment in organizing and holding the seminar, as well as their team, their supporting team, their team in the state of Hidalgo. 2 years have passed so that we would be able to hold a face-to-face event in Pachuca, but we did it. Thank you for your commitment and your resilience. We also have a very special thanks to the Permanent Mission of Mexico to the OAS, and in particular to Ambassador Luz Elena Baños Rivas and her team for her efforts and her support, as well as the Secretariat of Foreign Affairs of Mexico and CONACYT of Mexico for having made it possible to have this fruitful exchange of ideas and knowledge possible. Very special thanks also to the Minister of Jamaica, the Minister of Science, Energy and Technology of Jamaica, the Honorable Minister Daryl Bass, who was with us yesterday during the opening ceremony, and who was also a sponsor of the last ministerial meeting of Science and Technology Ministers. We also thank Fernando Ortega from CONCITEC of Peru, who is the instigator of the Prospecta Americas initiative, for his invaluable support, not only in this initiative, but also in all the activities that CONCIT carries out. And to all the experts for the high quality and the depth of their presentations and specific recommendations. Thank you so much. So, out of all the workshops, presentations, and panels that we held in the last 2 days, we know that in the Americas, transformative technologies are permeating all spheres of all societies. They are likewise influencing more and more markedly the ways in which people work, the way they travel, the way they interact with each other, they learn and consume. In the private sector, technologies such as augmented reality, artificial intelligence, and the Internet of Things are really helping companies create new ways to differentiate their offerings, also to automate their logistical processes, and also to acquire new customers. In the government sector, digital transformation makes it possible to improve the efficiency of public services in health, energy, agriculture, transportation, and waste management, among others. In the financial sector, blockchain and fintech technologies are generating profound changes, from the execution of faster transactions and at a lower cost to, for example, the increase in privacy levels of users. in the health sector. Biomedical engineering allows the development of more efficient, smaller, and lower cost medical devices, which in turn allows for the provision of safe and more affordable services for the population. All these technologies have become fundamental since the COVID-19 pandemic, and it is really our responsibility to continue supporting research and development, and as well as high impact scientific technological development processes in the region, as well as ensuring the adequate training of our youth and of the workforce of the future. We're talking about the future, but it is today's, tomorrow's, and next week's workforce. So by the way, I would like to highlight two key initiatives of OAS COMSEAT to further these objectives. First, the formation of the two Prospecta Americas Centers of Excellence in Transformative Technologies. The first one is on blockchain in Pachuca, Mexico, and the second one is on artificial intelligence and robotics at the Simón Bolívar University in Barranquilla, Colombia. I also want to highlight the interest by the Center for the Development of Advanced Materials and Nanotechnology, CEMAT, of the National University of Engineering of Peru, in becoming a Prospecta Americas Center of Excellence. Together, these centers will make it possible to undertake a regional effort for mapping, researching, and training in order to ensure multilateral and regional cooperation and to fully use at a regional level of the benefits, advantages, and potentials that all of these technologies entail. The second initiative, what we call in English, the OAS Youth Academy in Transformative Technologies. So it's an academy for young persons to create transformative technologies. It seeks to train, certify, and expand employment opportunities for 10,000 young persons in the sectors of transformative technologies and digital economies from now until 2024, and 100,000 young persons by 2026. The first course of the Academy on Augmented Reality, which was launched in December in collaboration with Meta, already has over 30,000 persons registered. Other courses in artificial intelligence, data analysis, and automation are under development with other partners. At the Technical Secretariat of OAS COMSEAT, we celebrate these spaces for training and cooperation in transformative technologies, in view of the fact that they allow for the promotion of economic and social development of the region, and thus facilitate the social appropriation of knowledge. So in closing, I would like to thank my team of the local organizing team, Alfonso Huerta, Director General of CISNOA, Marcela Alvarez, Diana Perez, Francisco Razo, Fernanda Mejia. Thank you all so very much for the work that you have done. I would also like to thank my team at the SEDI Department of Economic Development, Mr. Cesar Parga, who's with you in Pachuca. He is the head of the competitiveness, innovation, and technology unit at the OAS, and Ariane Quintal, who is a specialist in science and technology of the same section. So once again, I congratulate each and everyone on the success of yesterday's and today's meetings, and I hope to see you in the next edition of Prospecta Americas. I personally hope, because I'm not personally with you in Pachuca, but I do hope that I will be in Pachuca in the next few months. Thank you very much. Everyone have an excellent afternoon. And all those of you who are with us in person and through Zoom, thank you so much. Have a great day.
Muchísimas gracias a la directora del
Thank you so much to the Director of the Department of Economic Development, Maurice Robert. Thank you, Maurice.
Encuentra con nosotros y le
So
pedimos
let's welcome Marcia Torres González, Chair of the Committee for Science and Technology of the Congress of the State of Hidalgo. Congresswoman, thanks for being with us.
agradecemos
We
la
also
presencia
thank Dr. Juan Alejandro Garcia for being with us. He is the coordinator of standards in the prospective unit in the state. Thank you for being with us. We also thank Jose Franco Lopez for being with us, physicist and a researcher from the UNAM, and also member of the Academy of Sciences and Technology. So additionally, in this closing ceremony of Prospecta 2022, we give the floor to Laman Carranza Unit, head of the Planning and Foresight Unit of the State of Hidalgo. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Muy bien, gracias.
Well, thank you so much. I feel great being with you in this closing ceremony because the work you've done has been really successful. Greetings to Maurice Robert. It is a pleasure to talk to all of you, authorities, experts from the continent. And if you allow me, my friends, this closing message is in representation of Governor of Mar Fayed Meneses. We have done with the Prospecta Americas sessions, which is a effort that required serious reasoning and reflections on everything that we do and what we must do in issues such as the Internet of Things, blockchain, synthetic biology and artificial intelligence, big data, virtual reality, and augmented reality, biomedical engineering, quantum computing, neuroscience, satellites, and robotics. These are technologies that are creating a world that is different to what we know so far. As we have seen in the past 48 hours, challenges and that we face need to have a specific scenario to face, and we need to analyze the scenarios of the present as well to understand them and solve them as well, and also to have an influence on the future. And in applying that, where many experts have called foresight or futurism, Prospecta Americas recognizes that these challenges know no boundaries, and they need the full cooperation in the regions to be solved. It is clearer to us than ever before than to reverse climate change, to achieve sustainable development, to provide food security and energy security to millions of persons, to face and prevent a global health crisis. Coordination among science and international relations is of first order of importance. Our vision cannot be left behind, and it has to accelerate the transition to an economy of knowledge. Science is, as we know, is mandatory for development, where we align science and diplomacy, such as we did here in Hidalgo in the past 2 days. we are able to influence international mobility of scientific talent and in strengthening research and technology uh, uh, scenarios and the strengthening of public policy. Latin America and the Caribbean has a strong bilateral, regional, and global cooperation scenarios, and we must take advantage of these opportunities to coordinate common challenges that face transnational scenarios and to reach the development goals. In Hidalgo, we add our voice to the commitment of promoting technology. As we know well, technology is an instrument, it's a tool, and it needs a regulatory framework, and that is where governments have to step in, and as well as international organizations to support the preparation of a regulatory framework and policies that promote the provision of goods and services. That is the result of all of this. Commitments, knowledge that cannot turn back, and that make us change lives on the basis of our determination of doing things well. That is why, as you know, we shall consolidate the Center of Excellence in Development and Technology for Blockchain as a reference point for the region in emerging technologies. Once again, I am thankful to the state of Hidalgo have it be chosen to be the headquarters for this effort to promote technology and innovation to solve our problems. I'm truly thankful to all the speakers, panelists, and authorities who have participated in these sessions because they have been very generous to share their knowledge, their vision, and their experience to trace the path as to where we need to focus our efforts during this very important process. Allow me to reiterate and then thank the efforts of the OAS team to make this effort possible and to keep this regional platform alive. The commitment of Hidalgo is of utmost importance so that from Mexico we can promote this network of capacities and to create a technological hub with benefits for health, education, the economy, and to consolidate the well-being of the countries of the Americas. Thank you so much, and congratulations for the science, the technology, the futurism, and scientific diplomacy.
Y bueno, ya lo
And
decía.
as Brenda said, everything will be okay if we promote science, technology, and innovation. I'd like to ask every one of you to please stand.
Y siendo las 17 horas.
It is 5 with how many and how many minutes? So 5:27 in Mexico. I now close the work done by Prospecta Americas that will mark the success of the future, and the future is now. Thank you so much, everyone.
Muchas gracias, qué emoción de
Thank you
verdad.
very much. It's been so exciting to see the closing of this day that is full of learning experiences. Thank you all for being with us through social media, through Zoom. We are going to be taking the group picture. I invite everyone, the first row here, to come up to the stage, and everyone in the audience, please turn around so you can see the back of the room, like so.
Muchísimas gracias a todo el auditorio que nos estuvo acompañando estos 2 días.
Thank you to the audience who's come to this second edition of Prospect Americas 2022. Have an excellent afternoon. We invite you to look at the social networks. Thank you very much for your attendance.